Christmas?
Yeah, it's very nice. And I think he did finish up the 2 years. Got home before I run here.
I think one of the Green brothers.
Yeah, I think Green's playing.
I think Rob must have been playing.
Right. Have a good day, lad.
they seem to go off. I'm sure they've done that something. Hey, Stormy. Yeah, I've done different masks today. I've done it might get windy though. Yeah, it's all about half. You can go up to 7 weeks. So that's really
But 10 years old, that's a job. Hopefully check the good stuff out of it. Yeah, I've actually got that car. I know when the timer, like I don't have a I'm paying quite a lot of work, but they got the boys down to do some streaming.
Yeah, so it's not that.
They record it, so they've got audio and it just stays there. Go eventually there and then go.
And it cuts in the colour. So
Oh, really? It's fucking great. This is amazing.
First couple of ones were all the more viewers, this
I think if you had your page in there, you could get a big thing on it.
what quite a few in fact we launched here last summer. It's like a big song we built out the back end of the
How's it going to work with market? Like, is it going to be added feature plus pay per view?
pretty sure we the states are doing probably fun clubs
That's doable.
So usually the boundary is in this place. We usually find there is a Pomo Park north, the run-ups and all that. Well, in the winter it's useful. I think it's not just presenting it. Really safe on the front, isn't it? Like, they can vary a lot too, you know, some of the little bounces.
What's the software you have to use to go over it?
So we link in the Wi-Fi, in the cloud. So we're video mixing, and then we pump it up to YouTube, broadcast it back to the real file.
So yeah, is that program like how do you look at it?
At the moment, the first picture with it, but it's going to go So we have before, so
And maybe like a wagon wheel and stuff as well.
yeah, absolutely. And, exactly.
Is that the kind of line of work you do?
Yeah, Dave and I, my brother, we created my ticket, so we do the live stream. Yeah.
How much do you think it's off the top to kind of get
We're going to be selling $2 for the hardware kit, and buying it a year. And then it's all fully automated. This is a little bit different because we've added audio to gravity, and today I've got a bigger mic, so we're yeah, a bit different. I had some people loving it over in the UK last night. Just
after when I think my top back phone, like, tune in, it's pretty good job. Absolutely. You must think you've got about 8 bombs in the team, to be fair.
Exactly the rain you don't want, isn't it?
I thought it was clearing.
It's just annoying, miserable, and
Kind of a cricket in a live pad.
We just got that sprinkler.
weather has cleared at Como Park here. Cover's coming off. Play will resume in about 15 minutes. Looks like the hashing is coming off now. Not too far away at Como Park. Chew, chew. Maybe one more light shower for the rest of the morning, but otherwise going to be a clear day here at Como Park. Big shout out to all those watching in the UK at the moment. We know quite a few tuned into Day1. So this is classic UK weather here. Just a few light showers, but we'll be resuming shortly.
ship and when she's coming. That's the main thing. Yeah. Okay. All right, darling. Yeah, I'll hand you back to Evie. Okay, I've got the gist of that. Hey, Milo, leave that. It's all the cricket, isn't it? No, come, Milo. Head up! Yeah, I'll give you a call back. Yeah, cool. All right. All right, then, all right.
I'm not for you. You'll be right. Not about the marriage. You nearly fell over yesterday. Huh? That one hit you, didn't it?
South Africa. Playing one week. Someone's spotting in Melbourne. Someone from Melbourne spotted in Melbourne in the Day2 championship, and he said this kid, was it? This kid was for the and then they did some homework and found out he was played a couple of first class matches in. Yeah. Where's your grumpy mate today? I was laughing. You said you've done nothing for you. Boys. They lost the left-hander, just beat the pace. He looks good to bloke in this one.
That black was right.
He's up the one that knocked over.
Big cat was right.
Strong also. Yeah, ex-Brighton suburbs. Yeah, ex-Morton Peninsula player. Was that him batting at 3? He got knocked over.
No, yeah, they make it 300 or something.
Yeah, but I looked at their scorecards last night.
But at least they're moving around for it.
Yeah.
Who's the greatest do that. Yeah.
Is it pretty sharp? Pretty sharp on it?
fishing off, you know, he's a Stratos with the Bendigo. Can you tell me the boy out of Parkville? Nicholas? Yeah, I do. You get a big boss contract with the Bendigo. That was the rule. That was at a time thing instead of a home. It's a wonderful city. He said, what the fuck's the biggest Australia ever done for us? He said, but you never hear from them, they give us no funding and they want to come in and charge in and we stop our grand final. He goes, no, we're going to bloody no. He said, we reckon the rest of the competition will be good. So I said, fair enough, I couldn't argue with you. I was like, well, it's fine yesterday. I said, you're comfortable with playing out? Have you ever been more comfortable in your life? That's strong leadership. That's what we're doing. The irony is, I was talking to the coach in Storm this morning, disappointed all his confidence, and he said, well, it's a funny thing. He said, we were all on the blues yesterday in the pub for 5 hours, and he said, you know, the irony is, it's supposed to get him. He said, the irony is, we're probably better safe on the cricket field. In Sydney. Oh, did you stay in town last night? Where do you live? At the Glen, around that area. Yeah. Well, I dropped my daughter off at O2 last night, and it's just normal business at night. well, they're not allowed to play on. Yeah, they're not allowed to play on it now because they. Was that the better deck? I thought this deck was good yesterday. It's starting to get a little bit low. That looked a bit good. I thought there was probably flattened out. There was movement early. That's what you want for the placement. What did you find the mouth for the black stuff? Oh, that's good. Right. You really have mouth for a cricket? Up in the bush, I started on the mouth for it. You can just go through it. This is actually slogan. This is good for a hard wicket. Nah, I think you will find he's going to be appointed again as director.
Are you guys going to go that way?
Yeah, let's go that way.
I'll go around that side.
Right, 12:32, we're starting. What?
I've got spikes on, I can't get it.
I'll get it.
Chop in. Thanks. Chop.
10 minutes!
10 minutes, boys. Okay, see you.
This shovel. We've definitely lost overs. We've lost overs.
Gideon hasn't accepted yet.
Lucky dead. I'll have some special comments and I'll come in and out of like Sam Liver does or JB.
Right, right now.
I know it's hard enough to do it.
Hello. Hello everyone, play starts at 12:32. The score is 2 for 5 in 4 overs. Welcome to Como Park. It's been a rainy morning. We've lost a few overs. I don't know exactly how many, but it's somewhere around the 10 over mark.
Take use of the new lights, I think, here at Como Park.
It is a dull day. The players are warming up. The umpires are walking out to the pitch. We've got Bennett and Wilson at the crease. Bennett is on 5 not out. Wilson hasn't opened his account yet. Will Fraser-Smith has started South Yarra off really strongly with 2 wickets. Gideon's running away, but we'll rope Gideon into doing some of this at some point. Gideon, you've watched a lot of cricket in your time. What do you think?
Well, I am a little bit emotionally biased towards South Yarra, so I'm, go Yarras all the way. But they're a strong batting side, and you don't win 4 flags in a row by a fluke. They've got the experience in these conditions, and I'd expect them to equip themselves well. It was a great day's cricket yesterday. Classic kind of grim, austere, not a chip of a bail given by either side. and of course it had the virtue of uniqueness of being the only game in town.
There's also Yarra's collapse at the front of the innings instead of the end, which tends to happen sometimes.
Oh yeah, well, you know, we've always been part of those. No day would be complete without a Yarra's collapse. So now, Jazzy, what's the match situation here?
I believe we've lost about 9 to 10 overs, but I don't know the exact number. 4 overs gone, so they've got about 83 overs to go to chase another 255. They'll feel that they can get there, and we'll probably feel we can bowl them out.
Well, if they bat the day, they'll probably win the game, won't they? I mean, you sort of accrue runs naturally over the course of that many overs. And we all need to take the wickets. We'll need to bowl them out before the end of the day's play. Because so the longer the day goes, the greater their advantage. But you know, this is a crucial period. The next 10 overs, got our best bowling on at the moment. Will Fraser-Smith coming from the what we used to refer to as the dog shit end at Como Park, where the local dog brigade bought their canines for walkies. So there's a touch of tradition here. And the Sahara end, which is the other end here, is actually looking pretty verdant by comparison.
As you can see, the commentary standard has stepped up today significantly. We've got Will. We should probably sit down. Okay. We've got Will Fraser-Smith opening the bowling. He'll be the key, along with probably Ryan Hanna at some point today. For Parkville, it'll probably be Nathan Green, who is their best player. Have you seen Nathan play any more than I have?
Well, probably no more than you have, but he's a very good player. You know, he's played at district cricket level, so he's a cut above. But it only takes one ball to get any batsman out.
So we're all set to start play. It's 12:32, which means we should be going. Wilson is the batsman on strike. He's new to Parkville and apparently has played a few district cricket games, so he's got some quality. Here's Will. That's a good length ball outside off stump. Wilson's found the gap, and the ball runs down to third man for 1.
I think he ranked 92 last week in that prelim, semi-final.
That is the voice of David Wood. So we've got 3 people here in the box, as opposed to just hearing me drone on. Well, it's not really a box, it's more of a grassy bank, but we'll take what we can get.
The rain was pretty light, so it shouldn't mean too much for the deterioration of the ball. It should retain its hardness for the next 10 or 15 overs. And notice that ball didn't run too fast down towards that third man boundary.
I think someone was talking behind the stumps and the batsman pulled out.
Probably Bomber.
Alright, so what do we have in the field? We've got 3 slips, we've got a gully, we've got a third man, we've got a point, and we've got a fielder somewhere between mid-off and cover, so really encouraging the drives here. And we've got a kind of squarish mid-on and a square leg, so 7-2 field. Oh, that's a beauty on a length, swung out. Batsman absolutely at sea with that beautiful ball from Will.
Beautiful shape on that ball, and frankly he would have been in very good form if he'd got a nick on that. He missed it by quite a long way, didn't he?
Yeah, he was nowhere near that. Will Fraser-Smith has bowled superbly so far in his 2 and a bit overs, even though they have been spread over 2 days and a few hours today as well. He's made the most of the chances he's got. That's a little shorter, and Bennett's put it away down towards fine leg. Archie, the wicketkeeper's gone herring after it, and they've only gone in 1 out of that. There's definitely at least 2 in there, especially with the wicketkeeper chasing that one. But that brings Wilson back on strike, and the score is 2 for 7.
Yeah, not hugely committed running there. It was no fine leg. The keeper had to trail all the way back. I think they probably missed out on 1, maybe even 2 runs.
Could be a case of Bennett just being happy to be at the other end at the moment, with Will Fraser-Smith just blowing fire. He's going to run into Wilson. He
sure. I think it might have just fallen short.
Yeah, it looked to me like it
point
fell
was coming
short.
forward there.
It did look like it fell short of point there. It was a big booming drive, which probably isn't advisable with the ball swinging as it is. But it did look like it dropped short of point there. So it did not carry, but we're producing some half chances here. We might see a chance really, really soon.
I think the key really today is getting rid of Nick Green and this Wilson fellow. If they can get through them for pretty cheaply, they should be on their way to winning a premiership here.
That's a nick, and Will gets the wicket, caught behind. That's Wilson. Beautiful delivery from Will Fraser-Smith. We've seen that from him all morning with the ball swinging away. Well bowled by Will.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? That sequence starts with Bennett not taking that second run to fine leg, which means that that Wilson's on strike. Next ball, he's obviously trying to assert himself, trying to get bat on ball. Basically the same kind of length. Played a shot, firm-footed. Only one way that's going to end. A very straightforward catch to the wicketkeeper. So poor cricket actually. That 3-ball sequence.
Yeah, and really good cricket from Will Fraser-Smith. He's bowled 2.4 overs today.
3 wickets.
He's got 3 wickets, and he could have had a 4th actually yesterday, but the umpire turned it down.
Been a revelation this season, young Will. Got 8 for 32 earlier in the season. He's been consistent, and same with young Green, James Green, isn't it? Yeah. Started out in the C grade. Knocked a few heads off, worked up into A reserve, took 5, and then straight into A grade and has done the job.
Will Fraser-Smith
started in D grade, didn't he? Will started in D grade. He just couldn't get batsmen quick to get batsmen to nick him.
Will Fraser-Smith, I think, was bowling off a shorter run-up in D Sunday last year.
Scared of Will. He was just missing everything.
Yeah, Will Fraser-Smith, for those of you who've been away from the club for a while, he's the son of Lachlan Fraser-Smith, one of our regulars now in D Sunday. He joined the A-grade team this year. He has been known to hit the 130 kilometers per hour mark, so he's fairly sharp. And as you can see, he's swinging the ball a mile both yesterday night as well as today. The new batsman is... we don't know just yet because the scoreboard hasn't updated.
Is it Nathan Green, I think?
I believe this might be Nathan Green, but the scoreboard isn't updated, so I couldn't confirm that for you. But it does look like it's Nathan. It's a little brave coming out with the cap when a pace bowler is steaming in like this, but Gid knows a thing or two about batting without a helmet.
I'm incorrigible.
Wrapped on the pads, but it's probably the length. It looked like it hit him pretty high. Not many fielders were interested. But that's a great over. That's a great over from Will Fraser-Smith. The score is 3 for 7 after 5 overs. We're going to see James Green from the other end as Will Fraser-Smith walks towards us. There are a lot of attempted high fives not being completed with the guidelines that we have.
Jazz hands, is it? Named after you, Jazzy?
I believe it's the accepted technique is the elbow bumps and the fist bumps, but we'll keep an eye out on how that progresses over the day.
We might be sitting a little bit too close in the comms box here, Jazzy.
Yeah, we might need to socially distance a little more. Here's James Green.
The northern end.
Ooh, bit of a French cut there as the ball goes towards square leg. The batsman steal a single and Nathan Green's on strike.
A late movement, Jazzy. Bit of that will swing.
There's definitely a lot of swing on offer for the new ball bowlers. It is humid, it is cool. Researchers tend to debunk the impact on weather of the ball, but we as cricketers know better.
Just need to bring a bit of stereotype into the box today. Just fix it up a bit.
Someone's up the feed, they're saying Dave Mack 005 says Jazz is Bill Laurie and Gids is Tony Green.
I think I'm more the Michael Slater category and the Mark Taylor category, but Gideon, of course, is a legend, and it's great to be with him.
I don't feel any urging to sell any merchandise, Dave.
Here's James Green from around the wicket. Oh, that's a shot! Really, really sharp bouncer. I have seen him bowl those bounces before. They are really difficult to play. Nathan Green gets a top edge and runs away to fine leg for 2 runs, but he didn't look comfortable there. He might want to think about that helmet again.
Well, you need to work on that throwing, mate.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? He's going for the shot. He didn't try to avoid it. Ball coming around the wicket. He was cramped for room. Couldn't get his arms free. Ambitious.
Well, since we probably had a bowling lineup of this calibre.
Oh, that was quick from James Green and angled into Nathan. He looked really uncomfortable. It hit him around the thigh and nearly fell back onto the stumps, but I think there was more excitement from the fielders than actual threat. The score is 3 for 10, 5.3 overs. Bennett's on 7, Nathan Green's on 2, James Green into his 3rd over, none for 7.
Say a quick hello to Crano back home in England. I know you had to make an emergency flight out of here short notice. It's 1:40 in the morning there, kids. I'm sure I'll be up.
Where are you going?
What else is there to do in England?
That's another shot of the leg ball angled into the body, and Nathan wears it again. So he's being peppered a little bit here with the back of the leg stuff.
A cup of tea, maybe?
Well, we had chips. We had chips yesterday. He's in Moscow. We had Smudger Smith watching from Birmingham. Like I said, we're the only game in town. If you want to watch live sport at the moment, you gotta get on this feed.
So we've got 2 slips and a gully at the moment for James Green as he runs in from the river end. That's gone down the leg side, and a wonderful take by Archie down the leg side. Pretty stock standard field here from the Yarras. 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg.
Stories.
Doesn't have to be appropriate.
Well, Jazzy and I could reminisce about the flag that we won together, but that would take longer than 6 hours.
I think you mentioned yesterday that if we had a video of that, we'd probably be playing that on loop every day.
Actually, Roshi sent me a link to a little video presentation that was put together of that final, and it was very pleasant to reminisce. I must say, when I went into that game, I was pretty sure that I would never win a flag in my lifetime, and I was kind of okay with that. I was reconciled to the fact that I'd had plenty of enjoyment, plenty of comradeship out of cricket. It wasn't necessary for me to win a flag to fulfil that experience, and of course afterwards I realised I'd been completely wrong all the time. There is just nothing better than winning a flag under any circumstances.
Yeah, that sounds more of a Saw Grapes approach towards winning a flag. Here's Will Fraser-Smith back from the end with the hill, or the dog shit end, or not the river end, whichever way you want to call it. He's on 3 for 2 in 3 overs, so he's really been hard for Parkville to negotiate. That's a full ball right on the stumps as Bennett blocks it, and it heads off to gully for no run.
Facing Will in the nets earlier in pre-season. My God, the guy was hitting mid-120s, and I copped a couple on the in the rib cage and on the inner thigh.
Well, that was down at Junction Over, wasn't it? And you could actually see the bowling speeds up on the video behind you, so you knew exactly how quick he was. I wasn't sure that I really liked that because it felt like I was being sledged by the technology, telling me how slow I was bowling.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the speeds that it showed when I was bowling. That's a good leg ball. It's edge towards slip, and it's taken a 3rd slip. But it's gone. It's 4 for 10. Parkville in all sorts of disarray. South Yarra well on top at this stage. 4 for 10 in 6.1 overs. Will Fraser-Smith is on absolute fire.
That was a good catch coming forward. That was dying, that edge. That did not fly. So he had to commit. He had to be prepared for it to take it in the face if it bounced in front of him. So that's a brave piece of cricket.
I am the prophet, Jazzy. I said 250, hold the catches, and you'll win the match.
That was a very good catch indeed. You can see Ryan just telling the team huddle to just spread out a little bit, socially distance. Just a reminder of the times we live in at the moment. We believe the new batsman is Tonkin. Does anyone know anything about him here?
All pretty consistent. Well, we were 4 for 24 yesterday, but different conditions, and I think batting first is always a bit easier than coming in and having to chase. Say if you were to check on Sportsbet right now, Parkville's probably high teens to win this match, and we'd be almost unbackable favourites.
Thank you. So we've got Will Fraser-Smith coming in. Will Tonkin is the new batsman. Just on the discussion of it being harder to chase, Parkville were in the field for about 100 overs yesterday, whereas Will Fraser-Smith batted for about 15 minutes. We've got James Green, who was there for about 45 minutes. So definitely South Yarra would be the fresher of the two teams at the moment. Do you think that's going to play a strong factor today?
Well, our own experience of flags, Jazzy, tells us that runs on the board are absolutely precious. That was for you, Dave.
They moved Chappie out of the slips, which is a good thing, so everyone seems to be hiding their catches now.
Oh, that is an absolute beauty from Will Fraser-Smith. It started from outside off stump, swinging into the left-hander, and it somehow missed the stumps and was down the leg side by the time it reached Archie. So this is just fantastic bowling from Will Fraser-Smith.
Yeah, that was terrific. He's getting lovely shape. It's all going one way. He hasn't pushed one across the left-hander yet, but now Tonkin will be thinking about that ball coming back, and he'll probably want to play at more balls on that line. It's amazing how you can end up thinking about the previous ball under circumstances like this. Nice shot.
He slips down the leg side this time, Will Fraser-Smith, as Tonkin gets off the mark to fine leg. So two left-handers at the crease, so with the ball swinging in, it looked like Will Fraser-Smith was enjoying himself yesterday, bowling to the left-handers with the ball swinging in with those full deliveries.
He got Thompson first ball, didn't he?
Second ball, and then he got the night watchman today with his third ball with an in-swinging delivery as well. So you can of course rewind the videos and take a look at the wickets. They're definitely worth a watch. The ball today that got the night watchman was just unplayable. It was superb. So Will's on absolute fire. He's got 4 wickets already. He'll be looking at the 10 wicket mark at some point today. And he's bowled in! Left! Terrific delivery from Will Fraser-Smith. He's got 5 wickets already! And that is the big wicket of Nathan Green on a length, swinging in. Nathan tried to run that down to gully and missed it completely. And that is a terrific bowling by Will Fraser-Smith.
5 wickets in like less than 4 minutes. It's only his 4th over, isn't it? Yeah. 3rd over.
This is incredible bowling by Will.
I'm getting blind and decrepit. Was that actually an inside edge?
They may have been, I'm not sure.
It looked like it. He just got cramped for room. Ball came back, and you know, frankly, if you've seen the ball swinging in to the left-handers, that was not a percentage shot, was it? In fact, I think the whole of Green's innings, he looked a little bit like he was trying to assert himself, trying to change the momentum of the game. But sometimes the game just won't shift. Sometimes you just got to go with it.
Parkville now 5 for 11, chasing 260. That 260 looks really big now. With all the wickets they've lost, Will Fraser-Smith is just running through them like a hot knife through butter. He's blowing fire. Ryan's out there giving instructions to squad not to get complacent probably at this stage. Half the side's in the shed, but they still need to get the other 5 wickets here. But what a spell this is from Will Fraser-Smith, starting yesterday, then today morning, and then we had the rain break, and then continuing now. It doesn't look like the rain breaks affected his momentum at all.
No, I think not enough rain fell to have any impact on the ball. I was actually surprised that they stayed off for as long as they did. I think they were just being cautious because it's a final, and the radar was showing kind of spotty rain that could come at any moment. But it looks as though it's going to stay in conditions like this right now. And of course, it's great for a fast bowler to have a bit of a break, and to know that they've only got, say, half an hour to bowl in. They can really stretch themselves out, and that's what Will's done in this spell.
This might be one of the best spells we've seen at the Yarra for some time. Terrific bowling. Ryan acknowledging the captain of Parkville team. Laidlaw, is that?
My understanding is young Fraser-Smith's off with Will Richardson to England in April. Well, that is the plan at the moment. And
That is full and straight, and it is planned! Will Fraser-Smith on a hat-trick. He's got 6 wickets. He's on a hat-trick now. This is fantastic. He's got 6 wickets in 4 overs. Tremendous bowling. We might be out of here by lunch.
It's funny, that's exactly the first ball that poor old Bomber got yesterday, that full one on the foot. So both captains have had one. Bomber got reprieved yesterday, and I'm afraid Laidlaw's been pinned, but that looked absolutely plumb.
Parkville are 6 for 11. Will Fraser-Smith. This is an exhibition of fast bowling. If you're watching this, and you're really lucky to be watching this, this is superb stuff from Will Fraser-Smith. It's the end of the over, so he's going to have to come back next over to try and get that hat-trick, but I'm running out of superlatives here. This is just fantastic.
So the commentator said one day, I've run out of expletives.
6 for 11. South Yarra are all over Parkville at the moment. Absolutely dominant bowling display here from Will Fraser-Smith. At some point he's going to start looking at that 10 wicket mark here, unless James Green can spoil the party for him.
this is all right, Chaz. Unbelievable spell of bowling.
I was reminded by Ryan Hanna before the game that Andrew Green, who's listed to bat at number 11, scored 95 against them in a final once. So I don't think the fielding side will be being complacent at all. They know Park will bat all the way down, but yeah, it's going to be really, really hard to come back from this.
I do remember a game, I don't know whether you played in this one, Dave. Do you remember the game that we played in against Ajax Maccabi, where we won on first innings and we had like 30 overs to bat for the rest of the day? We managed to get bowled out for 32 and lose by 10 wickets in the second innings. And Tim Bruin, if you remember, it was the day that Tim Bruin, our captain, went off to buy a house, and he turned up having bid successfully just at the very point that we were bowled out in the second innings. Came running down the steps of Como Park.
You win some and you lose some, I guess. That's James Green just running down the leg side a little bit on that half appeal. The score, if you just joined us, is 6 for 11. You heard that right, 6 for 11. And all 6 wickets to Will Fraser-Smith, who is just absolutely blowing fire from the end that is not the river end. James Green, full ball outside off stump, probably trying to attempt the drive there. I have no idea.
He's in a private school first 11.
Carey, I think.
Carey, is it? Last season.
Oh, he's a Scotch lad.
Yeah, right.
Here's James Green from the end that is the river end, and that's a really good take by Archie down the leg side. South Yarra rightly are really up in the field. Lot of laughing, lot of clapping. It's easy to do that when you're 6 for 11.
Scotch boy.
Yeah.
Scotch.
He is a Scotch boy. We've just confirmed that with Will at fine leg. We have great access from this commentary position.
Looking across the thousands crowd.
Here's James Green running in. That's a Yorker. And he tries to steal the single, and he will successfully, even though the non-striker was a little slow to react. The new batsman is Terry Wong, I think. Is he another? He is another left-hander. So 4 of left-handers this Parkville lineup. Not something you usually see in park cricket, but you know, we see.
We were playing these boys last year, and I saw Mr. Wong dispatch Mr. Reid onto the actual pavilion over there. But this is a much, much different situation now. 6 for 12. Green again from the river end. It's coming around the wicket. Oh, slashed and well fielded by Kanen Alev in the gully.
South Yarra are really up for this. James is bowling well, but we all are pretty much waiting for Will Fraser-Smith to grab the ball again next over to see what more he has in store for us. Here's James Green running in. It's going to be a leg bye down to fine leg. The bird picked the really inopportune moment to run across the pitch right there. For a second, I thought the batsman might pull out after seeing the bird running across, but he didn't.
Another good over from James. Talk about bowling in partnerships. He's bowled very tightly from the non-preferred end, allowing Will the opportunity to bowl down the hill. Not a lot of breeze here, but obviously Will enjoying the advantage of just a little bit of scope to stretch his legs, and a bit of a break this morning. So what's he into? What's he into now? We're into his only into his 5th over. Remarkable, isn't it? 6 for 13, and he's bowled. It's coming into his 5th over. Fantastic spell.
I think you and I could open the bowling with Will, and it would be as effective the way he's bowling. This is just remarkable bowling from. I'm just going to start calling him WFS because his name is too long.
I haven't faced him in the net since pre-season, and that was quite enough for me.
That was a good decision.
You want to go back there again, Gideon?
Yes, Will. Oh, French cut towards square leg. No run there, but.
Time your spot on the other batting order in the next session. Just making sure he's having a break.
When I see him coming in off 2 paces, I think, okay now. But that was a tentative shot, no foot movement. That's it. That.
Asking him back when he's batting.
Yeah. I think he should have extra bats.
He can have 3
Yeah, he can. Needs to work on his batting.
Here's Will Fraser-Smith.
Give him a bit of advice on his batting.
Terry Wong on strike. That's a full delivery. That's driven well, and it's running down to the boundary. That's going to be 4 towards long on. So something for the Parkville fans to cheer, or Parkville fan. But some runs on the board finally for Parkville. It was a full delivery. It was swinging in, but Terry just got a good bat on it and went all the way down to long on for 4.
It's a good shot, pace on the ball. When a bowler's bowling at this speed, all you got to do is get a bat on it. It was nice and full. Mid-on standing pretty close there to stop the single. So, but that was not a wise follow-up, was it?
Yeah, it was short and wide, so it was probably there to hit, but he was nowhere near actually connecting on the ball. Probably a good thing for him as well. But he did swing the bat hard, so if he had connected, maybe it would have gone over the slips. So
I know when you're facing these guys up at the mid 1-teens or even 120s. I faced Nathan Green a couple of times last year, and I found it very difficult to pick up. If you get any bat on it, it just seems to just balloon away.
Yes, well, that's a full delivery, and Terry is really lent into that. That's over. Extra cover for 4 runs. So Terry's decided that he's going to throw his bat around. It doesn't look like he's going to take a backward step. So he might be in for an interesting next 20 minutes or so.
Well, Will's searching for swing, isn't he? He's bowling on a fuller length, which is going to give you opportunities to drive. But it's funny. I don't know about the bounce at the moment. The bounce is actually looking a little bit trampoline-y, so it's actually maybe a little bit difficult to play crossbat shots here.
Oh, that's a quick ball down leg side, and he's pushed it towards mid-on for no run. But that's 2 excellent shots really from Terry Wong. 1 through mid-on, 1 over extra cover, both for boundaries.
Up here, I think, Jazz, because Wong likes to use the width, and he will go after Will, knowing that if he gets a bit on it, it's going to fly away.
Score 6 for 21. Wong's on 8. Tonkins on 2. This is the last ball of the 9th over. That's a short delivery. It's hooked. It's taken by Hamza. The attacking approach takes out another batsman, and it's 7 for 21. Will Fraser-Smith has 7 wickets, and he's got a great opportunity here to look for 10.
Once again, a crossbat shot there. I didn't think that was, once again, a percentage stroke. Wasn't there? It was actually a little bit too short to play the pull. You wanted to be defending that off the back foot, but that's a batsman determined to take the initiative at the wrong time.
Has anyone ever actually got all 10 wickets in the innings?
Yes, I think there was an instance in
10 wickets in the season, maybe. Now, the best first-class bowling figures, Jazzy, you'd know, 10 for 10 by Headley Verity for Yorkshire against is it Notts or Northants? And of course, Jim Laker took 19 for 90 in a Test match at Old Trafford in 1956, 9 for 37 in the first innings and 10 for 53 in the second.
The first one was a little too nerdy even for me, Gideon. I do remember an instance, I think there was in D grade a couple of seasons ago, someone from Banawata North got a 10 for, I think it was Kevin Pace. So it's not been unknown to happen in the MCA. And that's going to be lunch, I think. It's been a flurry of activity, so we've almost forgotten that it's rolled over to 1 o'clock.
I think it's well and truly over here, James.
So 7 for 21, you'd really think South Yarra in the box seat here. It's going to take a miracle for Parkville to get back, but it's lunch, so we're going to head out and we will join you back in half an hour.
Coach spoke highly of him. Go for a walk.
Good on now. Bye.
roads and the big roads were off. What they did yesterday was notify they filled up to losing semi-final teams. And that was in the place. So, mate, because we might need to, you know, finals coming up, we're still in the same squad. But no, mate, we just haven't locked in with that was it. Said see to me, mates, and drove off. Yep. So, yep. Another club. Put out a field of while I would have played 8 games, I wouldn't have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. Yeah, it's not bad. Competition is just better. I know it's not too long. I'll start from yeah, where you from
I'd love to get in. Oh, come on. You're talking Brayshaw side.
if you want to. Yes, big goes home.
I think so.
Hello everyone, we're back. Players are walking onto the field, the umpire led by the umpires. We've just spent the last 25 minutes catching our breath after probably one of the best bowling performances, bowling spells we've seen at the Yarras, at least in my entire tenure here. But I have someone who's been here a lot longer than I have, Dave McCauley. Can you recall too many better spells than that one, Dave?
Absolutely not. I mean, I've been watching at home, courtesy of Box, of course. I think there'd be batters at much higher levels trouble for what I saw today. You know, it's just about umpiring things. I'm not sure what you thought watching it live here, Jazz, but the late swing, pace, I mean, his leg was just impeccable. I just arrived here and seen, has he taken a 7?
Yeah, he's taken 7.
He's taken 7. I think the world's his oyster now. I think there'll be people starting to take a bit of notice of what this kid can do.
Yeah, we're just speculating on whether we will have him even next season or he'll be doing bigger, better things somewhere. But for the timing, we're just going to enjoy what is just some absolutely special bowling. Parkville obviously have been dragged through the 7 for 21 and 9 overs. They'll get an over of respite as James Green bowls from the other end. But what an amazing first session from Will Fraser-Smith. While you're here, Maka, why don't you tell us a little bit about Frogbox?
Frogbox. Okay, so Frogbox is the latest venture in rock sport. So you may know rock sport such as my cricket, which has been going for quite a while here in Australia. And obviously we do other countries and other sports, but our latest venture is all about live video streaming, really with focusing on cricket. So we want to be able to bring live streaming cricket, to make it possible for grassroots clubs like South Yarra. So to make it affordable, to make it, in particular, make it easy to use, so that we know having played what it's like as a grassroots player, you've got to do everything. So setting up a camera and encoder has to be simple, and that's what we're trying to aim for. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do a bit of piloting in the English summer if they can get a bit of cricket on and launch in the next Australian summer season.
Yeah, I think this is providing some help for people who are social distancing at the moment to be able to watch some cricket at home. So thanks to that, Magda, we've got James Green starting up from the river end, 3 slips and a gully. That's a crossing full, and Tonkin watches that all the way to the keeper. 7 for 21, James Green into his 5th over. He has bowled well, but it's hard to talk about his bowling when what's happening at the other end. And so we've got 3 flicks, we've got a gully, we've got a point, and we've got a straightish cover, and then we've got a mid-on, again somewhere between mid-on and mid-wicket swell again. Will Fraser-Smith is having a break at 5 minutes. That's a good length delivery outside off stump, a good lead from Will Tonkin. The rain stayed away in the last hour or so, so let's hope it stays away all the way down to the end of this play, which we don't actually know how long it will go, given the way we hold it. James again, that's on off stump this time, and Will Tonkin just nudges that to square leg for more on. If you've been listening from the morning session, we've lost Gideon, he's disappeared somewhere, so unfortunately you're just stuck with me, but we do have Dave McCauley here with us, so we get some experience voice. Dave, you've been at South Yarra for a really long time.
Yeah, I started playing in the mid-90s, came in a bit late, I was 32 when I started, but apart from a bit of a break for 5 years, about 5 years ago, I've sort of been here for the duration. And yeah, I made a comment on our YouTube feed about Gideon's pause for this delivery. about Gideon's comment about flags being everything, and so thanks for that, Gid. I again went through a final season and out in straight sets, looking for my first one. So who knows? Like if I stick around long enough, maybe I can buzz on like you did a few years ago.
I was going to pat, so I don't really count that in my list of flags.
No, that's close enough, I think.
Got James Green bowling into Will Tonkin. The sun is out now. Right straight up and fuller, and Tonkin hits that back to James Green, and that's the end of the over. So we're going to have Will Fraser-Smith, who's doing a little bit of a warm-up as he runs excitedly to the umpire. I've never seen a bowler run that quickly in from fine leg to hand his cap over, so he's raring to go. 7 for 21 in 10 overs. Will Fraser-Smith has bowled 5 overs, 7 for 11. You heard that correctly. In just 5 extraordinary overs, separated by a day, separated by a rain break. The one constant has been that the Parkville boys have really struggled against him. This is Hynam, the new batsman on strike. As he takes his guard, Will's got 3 slips, a gully, a third man, point, a straight cover, wide mid-on, and a square leg. So no fine leg for Will. Expect him to go out swinger and out swinger. And pull to start from Will, and it's pushed by Hynam down to mid-on.
From what I saw of this morning's session, I think apart from, who was their best batsman for it? Was it Green? He looked to throw his wicket away a bit to me. Bit of a rush shot, but all the other wickets I've seen from Will, just as I said before, just being really difficult to play. And no batsman likes getting out, but when you get out to a good ball, it doesn't hurt quite as bad. And that's what he's been serving up all day, just good ball after good ball. You can see, he's giving them nothing to score off and get off strike and get a bit of respite down the other end. Just a great style of bowling.
So there is a good length and upstart from Will. He's making the batsman play at every ball, which is what you want at this level. Got 3 slips, there's a lot of laughing and clapping around on the field, so South Yarra well on top. That's a good length delivery. This one was a little straighter on middle and leg, and Hynam hit it towards square leg. Looked to get off strike but couldn't do so. And Hamza got to that pretty quickly. There's a little concern coming into today because it appears the captain of the South Yarra team, Ryan Hanna, broke his toe yesterday when he was batting, when he was hit on the first by of the first ball. But it does look like that might not even come into play today, given the way Will's bowling. That's a full Yorker from Will Fraser-Smith, but Hynam negotiates that, and it's down to mid-on for no run.
Is Bomber actually out there on the field at the moment, James, or is he off?
No, he's at second slip, so
Yeah.
he's there.
Yep.
He's ready to bowl as well. He did say that he's lucky it was his little toe and not the big toe. But yeah, it can be avoided probably for the rest. That's a bouncer at Hynam. It was a little off target, so Hynam could sway out of the way pretty easily, but he did look startled by that delivery as it passed by. It is a challenge facing a bowler that quick. Dave, have you had the misfortune of facing Will Fraser-Smith in the nets?
I think I might have copped a few deliveries in the pre-season in the indoor, and I took a few blows and just sort of crept away and thought I might just give this game away. It was just, I didn't see it.
Yeah, batsmen have been known to bowling off when you see Will Fraser-Smith coming in, and that's the end of the over. Good length ball outside off stump. The score is 7 for 21, so wicketless over for Will Fraser-Smith, which is somewhat of a novelty at this point. But made an over nonetheless.
So it's going to be James Green again from the far end, from the river end. He's going to be bowling to Will Tompkins. So a bit of a passage of some sanity finally after a 4 wicket spell in that first session. We're seeing some kids on bikes. The rain stopped and stayed away, so we're seeing more of the South Yarra usual. That's a good leg delivery and it's pushed to Josh Derry at cover.
I think someone mentioned that James Green came up from the lower grades earlier this year. Yeah, I played one game with him and kept to his bowling, and he's the quickest bowler I've kept to win in quite a few years, and I guess he's probably a yard or two slower than Will. So these guys have serious heat.
Oh, that was a short ball. He went after it, but didn't realize there was a fine leg fielder there, and it just gets to Will Fraser-Smith on the bounce, so no damage done. But not the best delivery from James Green, but it nearly produced a half chance there.
Having 30 wickets this year, have you? Just telling me. He said he's not only a very good commentator, he's a very fine park cricketer.
Here's James Green.
He's not Peter McCall, he's very good.
Don't let him hear you say that.
You're Dave, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm Dave.
Met you years ago.
Oh, did you? There you go.
We're discussing our own accomplishments here. We pale in comparison to the 53 wickets that Will Fraser-Smith has taken so far this season, which is a completely ridiculous number. That's a full delivery from James Green and it's pushed away by Hynam. So it does look like the ball isn't swinging as much as it was in the first session. It does look like it's a little straighter up and down. The ball is of course now more than 10 hours old, but also the breeze has died down a little bit. It's a little more warmer, so that's probably all coming together to make it a little easier to bat. But the bowlers are still bowling at an incredibly high pace, so this is going to be difficult times for Parkville. That's a good length delivery and it's blocked away down to cover for no run.
I'm sort of surprised a little bit, Joe's, by the amount of carry that this wicket's getting. It's sort of typically known to not have a great deal of carry. It's hard to keep on usually. Typically the east wicket has a bit more bounce in it, but today, so last over, Will got one right above the bowler's head, digging in short.
That's a full delivery that's pushed towards point and a quick call of no, so no run there. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Dave. I think we looked at the wicket yesterday and it looked like there was spike marks everywhere, and like the colour of the wicket where the batsmen were taking the bar was really dark as well, so there was a lot of moisture under the surface definitely to start with, which explains why South Yarra really struggled in the first session yesterday. I dare say with all the rain around today as well, with the covers coming on and off, that there's still some moisture in there. That's probably holding the pitch together. There's a lot of covering of grass as well, so there's bounce, there's pace. Gideon also alluded earlier to there seems to be a little bit of tennis ball bounce as well, which could also be because of the moisture. So not the easiest wicket to bat on. It's the kind of wicket where you want to just survive for a couple of sessions and really cash in that last session. And that's probably a good thing that South Yarra did yesterday. That's full and straight from Will. It's put away down to mid-wicket for no run by Will Tonkin. The score is 7 for 22 in 12.1 overs. Tonkin's on 3, Hynam's on North, and Will Fraser-Smith is of course 7 for 11.
It just goes to show you how good that was yesterday over the South Yarra and middle and lower order. From where they were, I guess they were in a similar position to what Parkville were, and it looked like a really hard deck to bat on. And a couple of 50s in there, a couple of 20s, 30s, and we got to 260. Just a really good batting display by the Yarras yesterday.
That's a little more outside off stump. Little edgy there from Thompson, but the ball ran away to gully for no run. Yeah, that was they were 4 for 24 yesterday, as many have pointed out. It started with a partnership between Josh Derry and Tim Rollinson. Josh really stopped Anchor there for a while. He only scored like 30 odd, but he was there for like 120 deliveries. Tim soaked up a lot of pressure as well, and then Woodsy dropped anchor while he had James Green attacking from the other end. Will Richardson attacked for a while, and then Woodsy finished it off. So good rear guard action from the middle and lower order there as the batsman moves the ball through the quicker.
Is it really soft or?
We're just if you've got any feedback on the on the volume of the commentary, please let us know. We of course can't listen to us. Oh, okay. Yep, I've gotten some feedback from James and Jeffrey. I will speak closer to the mic. Apologies for that. Here's Will Fraser-Smith running in. Oh, that's a short ball. It cut down the leg side and safely left go through to the keeper.
I really liked Will Richardson's innings last night, Jazz. Just the counter attack, the aggression. You could just tell the Parkville boys were really, their heads were starting to drop a bit as he attacked the ball. And after a long day in the field, where they would have had their tails up at one point, these things can go a long way in deciding who comes the next day.
Yeah, it was a difficult last session for Parkville yesterday. They dropped a few catches, so they got that's a full delivery. It's edged between third slip and the gully. Third slip's chasing after it. That looks like Alex Kutsi chasing after it, and it's going to be 2 runs as he pulls it in before it gets to the boundary. Yeah, it was a tricky last session for Parkville. I think Will Richardson attacking Kutsi took their spinner for a couple of big boundaries as well. And there were draw catches going down with the second new ball, which couldn't have helped.
Do we know how to turn it up?
Here's Will Fraser-Smith. Oh, that's a short ball. That is a quick one at the body of Will Tonkin. That was well left. Tonkin deciding early to duck under it. Well bowled by Will, but that's the end of the over. It's 7 for 24. I now have the fortune or the misfortune of introducing David Stroney. Stroney, how are you feeling about the game so far? I know we have an agreement at this club not to give Stroney a mic, but unfortunately we've probably run out of people here. So Stroney, you had a late night out yesterday.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a celebration after losing the grand final. I've got to say, just bring it back to the boys here. That really just changed. Bit of rain early on, and boys have turned it up a bit.
That was a magnificent delivery. It swung away late. It was on a good length, and it was way too good to actually get a nick on that one. Hynam had no chance. Beautiful delivery from James Green. So there's still a little bit in there for the bowlers. It hasn't looked as treacherous as it did in the first session, but there is some help on offer. That's another full delivery wide of off stump. And no run as it's let go through the keeper. It's 7 for 24. Park will have a huge mountain to climb. James Green pushes that to cover. No run.
We're just testing out the mic volume here because we've got some feedback that the commentary isn't loud. Here's James Green running in. That's a good length delivery and it's pushed towards cover. Yeah, we may have had an issue with the mic not being completely on, so apologies for that.
Does that mean they missed all my commentary, Jazz?
We might have to replay some of Dave's nuggets. Here's James Green from the far end. That's a full delivery on the stumps, and Hynam pushes it towards cover for no run. A lot of hustle and bustle on the field from South Yarra, a lot of clapping, a lot of cheering. They're well on top, as they should be. Stronny, you had a game that actually turned a lot closer towards the end than it looked like for a while. Thoughts on the D-grade grand final from yesterday?
Yeah, it was actually a pretty good game all up, playing in a brilliant spirit. Barney's, of course, Greenie puts one down leg, he pushes it up to mid-wicket, not a bad ball. Anyway, back to the losing grand final yesterday. Barney's got over the line. Mind you, my hopes were up 3 or 4 times during the game. We got our nose in front. And to Barney's credit, they just played better. Big ups to Heenan with Developer, got a cheeky fifer. He is just a brilliant little cricketer. Great for the club, great for D2 especially. Basil Stratos had a great innings, one of his best for the year. And I've got to say, the boys couldn't be prouder of them. Played in a brilliant spirit, 100% positivity, and I don't think they left anything out on the pitch, so it wasn't the result we wanted, but it was a pretty good game to be part of.
It looks like Will Fraser-Smith is going to now bowl around the wicket. He's pushed Hamza back into a deeper square leg, so I'd expect some short stuff here directed at Will Tonkin from around the wicket. That one was full outside off stump, and Tonkin pushes it towards Josh Delaney at cover for no run.
Strawley, can I just back on the D-grade situation? It was a difficult situation, wasn't it? Like, us obviously going through losing the finals, and then it was Flemington who pulled out at the last minute, giving us the chance to go on. What would your feelings have been had you have won that grand final? Would it have meant as much to you as, obviously winning it in the normal circumstances?
I can only speak for myself. I'm not too sure how the lads would have felt, because they were up and about and were treating it like a true grand final. To tell you honestly, we lost our semi-final, then we lost the preliminary final. To me, it would have been a little bit hollow. Would have liked to have won it fair and square. But at the end of the day, it's a tough one. I reckon the boys would have appreciated that premiership if we were to win it. Myself, I didn't bat or bowl. I wanted those lads to enjoy it, and I can tell you now, putting it back on them, they had a good day out. We played actually pretty well. Had probably our best team for the year even, so well played the Barneys again.
I think they actually made mention on their live stream that I think they joked at one point saying it was well done for South Yarra to get through by losing all our finals, but they also did say they actually appreciated having a game, and so it probably means more to them than us in the fact that they've actually gone through and won a grand final, and there's absolutely no doubt about that now that they're the worthy premiers in D grade. So good on the Barneys, and I'm sure they sunk a few beers last night.
I reckon the Melbourne economy would have got a nice little injection after Barney's. Actually, just the way they celebrated after that last ball in the over, they were up and about, and like they know how to celebrate. I'll give them that. Mind you, I reckon the A-grade boys will give that a push tonight too if they get over the line.
Yeah, there was a nasty ball from Will Fraser-Smith. Will just ducked out of the way just in time. It's a hard angle bowling from around the wicket to a left-hander to get out of the way of these bouncers. Will's got a deep square leg, a fine leg, a mid-wicket, and he's got 3 slips of gully, point and cover. So he's really peppering Tonkin here. It's a short of length delivery that's blocked for no run. Definitely the ball isn't swinging as much as it was in the first session, but this is still really quick bowling.
So Will's about to bowl in. Looks like he hasn't had an over before and he's steaming in.
That's pushed away to cover for 1. That's probably the first run he's conceded in a while, other than the 2 boundaries that Terry Wong hit off him. Score 7 for 24 in 15 overs. We have James Green to continue.
It's going to be Tonkin on strike. It doesn't look like he's going with the plan Will Richardson was going with. He's going to be over the wicket. 3 slips, a gully, fine leg, square leg, mid on, cover, point and gully. That's James Green, bowled on the leg stump, bowled around his pads as the ball swings in. Almost missed that with the way Tonkin was shaping up to hit that towards fine leg, but he'd walked too far across his stumps and James Green has taken his leg stump. And that's the 8th wicket, and James Green has spoiled Will Fraser-Smith's party here, so there won't be a 10 for today. But James Green has finally got one for his toil from the other end, and he's bowled really, really well. We're now 8 down, and South Yarra 2 wickets away, you would say, from a not very famous victory, but famous for us.
Good scenes here at the home of cricket, Como Oval, with Jazzy, aka Richie Benon, in the commentary box, doing a great job. Here with the legend of the club, Dave Mack. Good scenes here at Yarra. I like it. Boys seem to be going through the process of just trying to tidy these last 2 wickets. I reckon there might be a little bit of hoopla after that last one if we're lucky to get there.
I think as a club we're good at getting it to finals. We're not great at winning flags, so every flag is, as someone said before, very important to us. And I think to not get a flag this year after getting all 6 grades in the finals would have been really a real problem for us as a club. But hopefully this gets the monkey off the back a bit, and next year we can improve our finals to flags ratio.
Good words there, Macca. I will say that 8 down, chasing 260. Straw and bet, we'll put that at $1.10 if anyone wants to take it. Especially with these 2 bowlers steaming in. Just outside of off, straight to Archie. He's been a find for the season. He's been an immaculate keeper. I reckon his batting's been pretty much the best in the team, with most runs, and just his temperament out there. Good shot selection, generally speaking, throughout the season.
Yeah, Archie's been good with the bat all season. There was a tremor of uncertainty when he got out for a duck yesterday, but as we discussed earlier, Tim Rawlinson and Alex Coetzee put their hands up, played really long innings, and there were other batsmen who chipped in around them as the balls left through to the keeper. The score is 8 for 25 in 15.2 overs. Catlow is the new batsman, their left arm spinner. He joins Hynam at the crease. Just Andrew Green left in the hut. And as Ryan Hanna pointed out before day's play, Andrew Green once scored a 95 against them in a grand final. So Park will bat all the way, but you'd have to say that this is too big a mountain for them to climb at the moment.
Yeah, it's never over till it's over, but I will say that it's not looking too good for Parkville. Mind you, they've got 4 premierships in the last 4 years, so they're not doing too bad as a club. If anything, it's a great rivalry that we've always had between us and them, and they're definitely worthy grand finalists, we'll give you that. Greeny through the crease again. I must say he's actually, line and length has been really good, just bowling in partnerships with Will Fraser-Smith. He's actually sharing the quality of the bowling at the moment. He's actually unfortunately he's a palm, but we'll still take him.
We've got James running in from the river end. Just to update those of you who would like to count, Will Fraser-Smith's got 53 wickets this season so far, which is a completely ridiculous number. We'll be looking for number 54 and 55 here as he hands his cap over to the umpire. James has been bowling really well from the other end. He's just, it's hard to, hold people's attention when the other end is going the way it is. Hynam will face up to Will Fraser-Smith. It's 8 for 25 after 16 overs. Will Fraser-Smith is 7 for 13 in his 8 overs. He's got 3 slips, a gully, a point, a third man, cover, mid-on and square out. That's full length on the pads of Hynum, but he can't find the gap as Sam Chapman, the club president, there at mid-wicket. Stronny, you handed over the reins to Sam Chapman a couple of years ago. How do you see the club being run since then?
I must admit he's done a brilliant job for the club, absolutely brilliant. I must admit that I might be a little bit of a OCD micromanager, but Chappie's so laid back he'd fall back. In regards to what he's done for the club, he does a lot of stuff outside of the eyes of the Yarras, and people forget that he's down here on a Sunday vacuuming, doing all the crap jobs. So my hat's off to him. I couldn't ask for a better president if I was to ask for any, but he's been a brilliant inclusion to the club, not only as a president, but if you look at his runs over the last 5 years, he's averaging 20 plus, which is bloody hard as an opener, and he just seems to do that consistently. If anything, just give him 25 runs every time he goes out, he'd be just sweet. Real bowls, a little bit on leg, out the square, that Hams throws it in, and I must admit, he's probably got the strongest arm for a keeper that I've seen. It's not too bad.
The Yarras have been a little feast of famine with wicket keepers this season. The top grades somehow managed to have 3-4 keepers in the sides, while the low grade sides are just scrambling to find a wicket keeper who's available. So they're really good batsmen as well, and that's how they find themselves in the top. Will's coming into going to be bowling around the wicket to yet another left-hander in Catlow. We've got 3 slips, a gully. The fielder's dropped back at square leg, so he's left himself the option of bowling short here at Catlow. We'll see if he goes to that option early. That's full and outside off stump. Catlow is happy to just get behind the line and block it to mid-off. Not a lot of foot movement there, just getting himself across and just keeping a still head and just hoping he can get bat on ball.
There's no doubt about it. Fraser-Smith should stay on, but knowing Ryan Hanna, aka Bomber, the captain of the ones, he'll be wanting to come in and tidy the tail up. Might have to call him the broom. He doesn't mind sweeping up the tail every once in a while. That's probably why he's got so many wickets in such a little space of time coming and beginning in the new year. Oh, nice short ball. Batsman leaves it alone, straight through to Archie. Not a bad intimidating tactic, that one, making him think twice about the next ball. It's been a pretty good line and length display from the Yarras. Everything seems to be working quite nicely on this beautiful Melbourne day. We'll just wait a minute, could change. We don't get the seagulls like we do at the MCG. We've got pigeons here at Yarras. We like to do things a little bit differently. And bloody dogs. God love them. Will, another short one. Batsman falls backwards. It was a nice tight ball to give that batsman something to think about again. A little bit of chatter from the slips cordon. We expect nothing left. There's so many poms there. They don't mind a word or two. The boys are up and about. They're enjoying this. And why wouldn't they? At 8 down. When you talk about a mountain decline, yeah, I think they might need some crampons. It's pretty big, I reckon. Real steaming again. You wouldn't blow out a candle. No out of breath whatsoever. That's not a bad shot. That's slipped through to the gully, going through to 4. Looks like an edge. Yep. That's the end of the over. 8 for 31. I actually got to give a compliment to Jazzy. He's like the rain man of the Yarras. He knows what every wickets are on. Jazzy, do you know how many wickets you got for the season?
30 strong.
30, is that all?
Which is nowhere near Will Fraser-Smith's 53.
Very good, Chase.
Yeah, definitely my best. Let's say here's James Green from the far end. Hynam's going to be on strike. We've got 3 slips in the gully. 2 wickets to go for South Yarra. A mountain of runs for Parkville. The sun's now shining. It's a much better day than it was a couple of hours ago. That's a good length delivery on the hips. Hynam was looking for a quick single, but Hamza was quicker to the delivery.
Actually, there's a lot of singles there to be had, but just the Parkies just don't seem to want to take the boys on. After seeing the very slick fielding drills they had before the game, they've been pretty good all season actually. Big ups to the boys that have been leading the fielding drills too. There's been some good creative drills when we've had the chance. Greenie again, just outside of off, struck with Archie. Good circle work by the boys. Know how to throw it around the circle. So Josie, do you know how many wickets Scott's got for the season for D Sunday? Okay, maybe my Rayman call was too early. 32. Well done, Scuzz. Absolute legend. Inspiration for us 50-year-olds. Greenie outside it off, goes through the gully, roll low with a nice clean pick-up. Good to see a few lads on the balcony at the Homer Cricket. Homer Pavilion going off as it normally does. It's not a bad view, especially when we're on top at 8 for 31. We're only steaming in. Bowls outside of off. Batsman's getting a little bit Steve Smith-like, smudged with his leaves. Nice white helmet. What's going on there? Might have to get fined for that one.
It will be interesting to see how many more overs Bomber leaves Greenie and Will on for. I suppose they've had an interrupted day. They're both into their 8th or 9th over for the day, but I suppose the interruption, they could keep going for a few overs yet. You just sense though that the fireworks that were happening before just aren't continuing on in the afternoon. So maybe a bit of a change might be on Bomber's mind. The ball's certainly not swinging as much as it was before. These bowlers are still bowling really tight and not giving anything away. So it'll be very interesting to see how many more overs they get through.
That's the end of the over. The score is 8 for 31 in 18 overs. Hynam's on 1, Hynam's on 2 actually. Catlow's on 4. That's the end of the 18th over. Will Fraser-Smith is going to continue into his 10th over. He's 7 for 19 at the moment. Reminder, the target is 260, so Parkville needing 228 runs. South Yarra just needing 2 wickets.
Yeah, good questions by Matho. I was actually thinking they might have actually changed it up, even though they're bowling brilliantly, there's no doubt about it. But even after 3 or 4 overs, it's like the game's looking a little bit flat. Who knows? It's only 1 wicket away from them continuing on. Will steams in again, bowls, nice short ball, played nicely by the batsman, even with the white helmet. Matho, who do you reckon will be first change bowler? Who would you go to? Because you've got quite a few boys out there who are wicket takers. You've always been bowling pretty well. I don't even know what he bowls. Is it offies or is it just dibby bobbles like my good self?
Look, you know me, Stormy, I always want to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. I've got suggestions about bowling changes. I'll just pause while Will comes in the bowl. So I'd probably go something slower, definitely spin. I don't know how Bomber's foot is, but I think the captain would be quite within his rights to put himself on. He's a damn good bowler, and he may just tempt some of these Parkville tail enders into a bit of a rash shot and clean him up.
Actually, it's a pretty good call, Macca. I'd bring Bron on too. He's got a good record against Parkies, and if anything, he's done nothing else really for the whole game, so he might as well do something. He turns up late this morning. What's the story with that? Will's coming in again. Bowls. Yeah, just outside of off. Well defended. Out to point. Ruler again. Like a panda on a bamboo shoot out there.
We're joined by Lockie Fraser-Smith, proud father of William, who's at 7 for 16 at last count. Lockie, you must be feeling really good about how this game is progressed.
Thanks, Jazzy. Fantastic commentary from you blokes. Thanks for all your hard work. Look, thrilled for all the Yarras. A lot of hard work to go yet, but really thrilled for them. Nice short one there from the young fella. It's really good, the commentary. I've got some great comments. I think Tom Moore's parents are in Barbados. Bobby Hicks, a life member of the club, is watching it up in Queensland. I know Will's grandparents, Paddy Medland, Duncan and Christine Fraser-Smith are watching. Will's mum at home are watching, and I watched it this morning, and it's just been fantastic to have you guys commentating and watching the Yarras hopefully bring it home today.
All thanks to Frogbox, which Dave spent some time talking about earlier. That's a dot ball to from Hynam as he nudges the ball towards Chapman at mid-wicket. Dave, for those who missed it before, just give us the 2-minute spiel on Frogbox.
Yeah, sure. Just before I do, I'd just like to ask Lockie, what do you think Will's had a very meteoric rise to, coming from a low grades to obviously a front line A grade bowler. And some of his deliveries this morning are unplayable. Cheeky single there to Parkville. What do you sort of put that down to, Lockie?
Thanks, Dave. We made a fantastic 100 with us out at Surrey Hills that day. It was lovely to have him in the team Sunday. D grade, well done, mate. Great wicket-keeper as well. Look, Will and I played a lot of cricket together years gone by, and it's been a lot of fun with the father and sons. John Lloyd and Ben Lloyd, Bill and James Kelsall, Dave, Scotty Polmere. I don't want to leave anybody out here, but there's we were all playing D grade, really father and son team, Dave, and it was just fantastic. I took up cricket again after giving it up years ago at 14, and then when Will got into it, I thought, why not play with him? I'm nowhere near as good as him, can't do anything, but I was there just to polish the ball and throw it to him. Because he used to swing it a mile, and still does, obviously, this morning, which is great.
So you're claiming all credit, are you, Lockie?
And no credit whatsoever. It's all his talent. Every time I do something, he's doing it because I fall over. And we've got a bowling change here. The captain, is it? Ryan Hanna coming in from the Yarra end. Anyway, back to you, Dave and Jazzy.
Yeah, we've got Ryan Hanna into the attack now. Archie's got his helmet on behind the stumps. We've got Will Richardson at first slip and Kennan, I think, at second. We've got a short, fine, square leg, wideish mid-on, short cover, mid-off, next cover and point. Ryan will just be looking to get himself into his spell here, the first few deliveries. That one is a flat delivery on a length, and it's blocked by Hynam. It'll be interesting to see how his bowling compares to the left-arm spin of Catlow yesterday, who was tossing up the ball a lot more. Ryan does tend to be a little flatter than that with his leg spin.
Yeah, it's a good call by the captain to bring himself on. He knows when there's a young gazelle outside of the pack. He's been chasing this one down quite nicely, I think. Actually, a little bit of late breaking news. I don't know if anyone knows, and he'll probably hate me for saying it, but he did break his toe yesterday. He's actually bowling with 9 toes. I think this is his new nickname, 9 toes. But looks like he's pushing through the pain threshold. Must be the adrenaline. He's actually landed pretty much every ball so far. A good start by the A-grade captain. fights one up. Again, just wicket to wicket, great bowling. I don't think I've ever seen him spin one, so we'll see what happens with this pitch. I know. He's my best mate. I can give him a bit of... shred him a little bit anyway. Anyway, again, straight stump to stump, out to mid on. I wonder how patient the Parky boys are going to be. With the sun out, will there be a rush to the head, and let's see what happens next ball. Bowls, again, just outside of ice, pushes out to point, and the boys are through for another good over.
Just following up from last over on Frogbox, I did speak about it earlier, but apparently the mics were playing up. So Frogbox is the latest product that Interact Sport, who you may well know from My Cricket, which has been around for many years. My Cricket actually started its life here at South Yarra at Como Park as results fault in the very late 90s. So that's why all the South Yarra players have very low My Cricket IDs, because we were the first ones on the system. So Frogbox is our new video streaming solution, and it's aimed mainly at grassroots cricket. So what we want to do is make what we're doing today possible and affordable for all grassroots cricket here and overseas. And
that's another wicket for Will Fraser-Smith, number 8 for him. It's 9 for 33. Catlow nudged that straight to mid-wicket. It was on the pads, it was there to hit, but he found the fielder. So that's 9 for 33 in the 21st over. And South Yarra now just 1 wicket away from a victory in an A-grade grand final. Parkville's run of 4 consecutive flags is nearing an end here.
It's almost a pity that Greeny took that 1 wicket, because the only interest is really whether Will could have bagged all 10, but he could still get 9. Just quickly back on the Frogbox, because this game may not last that much longer. So we're trying to make streaming both affordable and easy to set up for grassroots cricket here in Australia. That's our aim. So we know, being obviously grassroots cricketers ourselves, there's very hard to find volunteers to do stuff. So setting up these systems, the camera encoders, that sort of thing, has to be quick and easy. So that's what we're working towards. We're in the trialling phase. We're hoping to trial a bit more in the UK in their summer. Looks like that may not be possible for a couple of months now, but certainly we're hoping to be well up and running for next Australian summer and bringing Frogbox streaming to all Australian grassroots cricket.
Thanks, Michael, for the great work Frogbox is doing. This broadcast is well brought to you completely by Frogbox and the generosity of the team. So thanks for setting this up for us. And what a spell of bowling for us to be able to capture as well using this technology. Will Fraser-Smith has been outstanding today. He's got 8 wickets. He's on top, and now he's looking for number 9. It's Andrew Green on strike. The number 11. South Yarra 1 wicket away from a big win here at Como Park. That's full and straight from Will, and it's blocked by Andrew back to the bowler.
I must admit that Macca and his team have done a great job by organising this. Speaking to his brother earlier on today, and just the fact that he's just so focused on being ahead of the curve and creating this type of technology. And how good is it when the family can be involved in this? Doesn't matter where you are in the world, but even we've got friends in the UK, I think a couple over in America even, who are watching this. So it's been an absolutely amazing experience just to be part of it, especially when we got them for 9 for 33. That's not a bad scoreline for the Yarras.
Andrew Green kind of backing away and hitting that through point for a single down to third man. That'll bring Hynam on strike. Green's off the mark.
Thanks, Jazzy. I forgot to mention Dinah, Will's aunt and Jackie's cousin down at Blair Gowrie. They're watching it as well. So all across the country, all over the place. I think Will Richardson's got some mates watching back in Quandam over in Derby. Nice little flick there through square leg, coming back for two. It's going to be close, but they complete that. And yeah, so it's been fantastic to Frog Box. We can't thank them enough. It's been very enjoyable for all of the Yarras watching it, and thanks again to you guys, especially Jazzy, number one caller. Both days, his commitment to the cause has been fantastic. So back to you, Jazzy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Some would say they stuck with me. Here's Will Fraser-Smith. That's a leg ball. Oh, he's found the gap between third slip and gully. A little bit of a playful bit of banter there between the third slip and gully fielder as the ball went between them for a single, bringing Andrew Green back on strike. It's been a long time since we've had a A-grade flag at South Yarra Cricket Club. Guys, when was the last time we had a once victory? We can't decide, but it's definitely been at least 6 years. As Andrew Green backing away again, trying to cut it through gully. Can't decide if he's trying to make room for himself or just trying to get away from the ball there. As that's the end of the over, and Ryan Hanna will be back on. 9 for 37, Yarra's 1 wicket away. Thanks to some exceptional bowling by Will Fraser-Smith with 8 wickets today.
Yeah, I think Will's best figures is about 8 for 31. So if he does get that 9th wicket, they will be his best figures, which I would say is not too bad a day out. Now, again, Bombers lining up. Doesn't look injured at all. Floats one up, flicks it around to the leg. No run.
Ryan is getting a little bit of drift in the air as the ball tails in towards the batsman and then spins away. Just making it a little bit harder for the batsman, but he negotiated that one pretty well. That's tossed up by Ryan wide outside off stump. The batsman pushes it between point and cover. Little bit sloppy, but you can forgive that when the team's on 9 for 30 odd. Single there to the batsman, bringing Andrew Green on strike. It's going to be interesting to see how Andrew Green approaches Ryan Hanna. On the other end, he was just backing away and trying to hit the ball through point. Ryan's put a deep mid wicket out. He's sending a fielder back to long on, so he's expecting Andrew Green to have a hit here by the looks of things. So long on mid wicket, a deep mid wicket. Actually, the mid wicket fielder's dropping back as well. So the 3 fielders on the boundary: wide long on, a long off, and a deep mid wicket, square leg, and a short fine. On the offside, we've got 2 slips, a point, and a cover. Andrew Green takes a big swing and misses, but the ball misses the stumps as well. That could have been the end right there, but the ball just wide of the stumps.
Looks like Bomber knows his man. Push the boys back, knowing he's going to go big. It's a good battle, this one. We'll see what this next ball does and see what he's thinking. Again, big swoosh, nothing happening at all. Bomber feels off his own bowling, not too bad a ball.
Ryan Hanna went to field that with his foot. I don't think that's the best choice when you've got a broken toe. He'll have to rethink his approach here, but here's Ryan Hanna. Oh, that's an inside edge from Andrew Green. The ball goes between square leg and short fine. Will Fraser-Smith's chasing that ball. He will pull it in by the looks of it, and that's going to be 2 runs to Andrew Green. So Andrew's not mucking around here. He's throwing his bat at it. So we could be in for an end pretty soon, or we're going to have a really entertaining next phase of play.
Yeah, I think Andrew Green saw the beers on ice outside the change rooms. A little bit of a tempter to get on with it and have a crack, rather than pushing this out for a very slow death.
Yeah, Will Fraser-Smith's coming back on, so you're probably going to have to pry the ball from him. It's not going to be easy. He's going to want to bowl till the end here. He's got 8 wickets. He's looking for his 9th. James Green the other wicket. Well deserved as well. But you could describe it as a bit of a party pooper of a wicket. But he deserved it. 9 for 40 the score in 22 overs in a grand final. Parkville need 220 more runs. Unlikely, of course, but we've seen some very weird things on the cricket field. Here's Will Fraser-Smith. That's full to Hynam. He's pushed it through, but Sam Chapman's moved quicker than we're used to seeing him to stop that run. So and he gets the cheers from the balcony as well for his effort.
Yeah, although Jazzy gave Greenie a little bit of a serve there, he's part of the Sport Live crew that came for the new year, and he's been a great inclusion. Not only that, but there's also Lucky Hollis, who played in the lower grades. He's gone back home, big part of the D Saturday crew when he had the chance. The Sport Live people have been an absolute dream to the South Yarra Cricket Club. Will bowls nice straight one, defended nicely. Speaking of the Sport Live crew, they're a big asset to the South Yarras over the many years. They come in with a great attitude, run beautifully by Kath and all the peeps that have been behind the scenes there. It's actually one of the highlights of getting these boys down here, and even some of the girls that come down to support them too. Always a positive contribution to the Yarras.
It's now a beautiful sunny day. Perfect weather for cricket. Oh, that's a short delivery that Hynam gets on top of and nudges it towards gully for no run. We had some rain around in the morning that interrupted the day's play, but now the weather looks beautiful. There are clouds in the sky, but none looking threatening at the moment.
I think we've seen the last lane for the day, Jazz. Jazz, I'm going to give you a real softball question here, just an easy one outside of stump. Who's your tip for man of the match in this game?
Hard to look past Will. It's important to acknowledge the contributions yesterday of Will Richardson and Alex Coetzee, who batted really well for their 60s. Coetzee top scoring with 66 and Tim Rollinson with 62. But there was a lot of team effort as well towards the end, with James Green contributing 20 odd. We had Josh with the 30 odd. So, but I mean, when you get 8 for something, you have to be realistic to not get the man of the match at that point. 1 wicket away, Andrew Green is on strike, so anything can happen on this ball. We've got 3 slips, a gully, third man point, mid off / cover, whatever you want to call that one. Josh has moved squarer from his mid wicket to a square leg position, and we've got Hamza at fine leg. That's a short one. Andrew Green backing away again, trying to guide that towards third man, but it goes to gully for no run. He definitely seems to favour that offside. He is creating room for himself, although that might have a little bit to do with Will Fraser-Smith's pace as well. But he seems like a batsman who likes to score quickly. That's another short one from Will Fraser-Smith, again guided into the gully point region, no run again. And that will be the end of the over. So Will not able to break through in that over, which has been a rare sentence today. He's bowled 12 overs now. He's got 8 wickets. We've got Ryan Hanna on from the other end. Conversation there between Alex Coetzee and Will Richardson. Coetzee might be asking him to take himself off so that he can have a bowl, but I think that's going to be a very difficult outcome to achieve today. No one's getting the ball from Will Fraser-Smith. Here's Ryan Hanna now from the other end, bowling to Hynam. On the pads from Ryan Hanna, and it's nudged towards Sam Chapman for no run. That's a shorter, quicker delivery from Ryan on the stumps. Hynam pushes it away down to short cover. No run again. quick again outside off stump. No run to Alex Coetzee. Hynum playing a little more orthodox cricket compared to Andrew Green, who's looking to attack. That's tossed up from Ryan Hanna, hit back to the bowler, and it's deflected by Ryan Hanna onto the stumps, and he's got to run out, and this could be the win for South Yarra. A big A-grade victory, first flag in a number of years, and it ends the run of Parkville. 4 consecutive MCA A-grade premierships, and South Yarra have sealed a win here. The teams could choose to play on, but I would consider that highly unlikely given the scorecard. So a great victory here for South Yarra Cricket Club, an A-grade premiership, and it's been a privilege to watch the bowling performance today led by Will Fraser-Smith with his 8 wickets. James Green contributing 1, and a deflected run out from Ryan Hanna to finish off proceedings as Parkville are bowled out for 41, chasing 260. A big victory driven by a fantastic bowling performance by Will Fraser-Smith.
Yeah, Jazz, a fantastic performance. I think it just goes to show how important it is to usually bat first. It's always harder chasing, particularly in pressure situations like finals. So, as I was saying before, just a great effort yesterday to get off the canvas, get to 260, and that was always going to be a challenge for any chasing side, I think, in a grand final. And then when you throw in the way that our bowlers bowled today, particularly Will Fraser-Smith, they really were up against it, Parkville. So South Yarra are very worthy winners today.
So just to summarize where we are at, South Yarra batted first, put 259 on yesterday after being 4 for 24. So really good fight back, led first by Tim Rollinson and Josh Daniel, and then lower orders fight shown by Alex Coetzee with top scoring with 66, as well as James Green, Will Richardson chipping it with runs towards the end as well. As you can't see it on your pictures, but the South Yarra team's now walking off the field to shake hands or shake elbows, as it were, with the Parkville side. Always a good sight to see after a hard-fought game of cricket, to see the sides congratulating each other. A walk of honor, actually, given by Parkville, and big cheers from the balcony as the team walks off after a really successful day, 2 days of cricket. It has been an excellent performance from South Yarra Cricket Club to fight back from 4 for 24 to finish at 259, and then Will Fraser-Smith absolutely destroying the Parkville batting lineup with his tremendous 8 for one of the better performances you will see in a grand final. Probably one you won't see again for a long time. Terrific bowling, and Parkville all out for 41 as the celebration moves into the club rooms. Thank you for joining us in watching this. Thank you to Frogbox for doing this. We've also got a lot of club sponsors like Bendigo Bank who really support grassroots cricket. Thank you to all of you, and it's been a pleasure to be here, Dave. Thanks for organising this for us.
Welcome, Jez, and thank you to you particularly for some great commentary, and to Norm and getting in today. Go Yarras, and hopefully we'll do it all again next year. See you later.